Will you upload that video somewhere? You got me curious. Yeah, I will upload it to a YouTube for sure. I don't think I'll be able to upload it to Discord because I think that there's just a limited amount of megabytes that I can use per one post. Unless I have a paid version of a Discord, but that's just that maybe in future. Maybe in future. So I hope that you have your tea ready, because I do, and I want to show you something crazy that I haven't seen before. Yeah, you can just upload it in YouTube and post the link. Yeah, yeah. In a normal circumstances, if my internet would be up to speed and there would be no problem with YouTube, because YouTube is being completely, I don't want to say blocked, but it's being slowed down to the point that it's unusable. So that's a little problem. I already uploaded a first day of a painting. It's there on YouTube, so hopefully I'll be able to get more out there. But it really, it has to be, I have to be under a specific conditions to actually make it work. So it's tricky, but it is possible. I just I just have to create that environment to make it work. Actually, let me check where my source of internet is right now, because I'm afraid that I'm just going to, yeah, it's going to die. There's another thing that I want to mention actually, that 8 a.m. in the morning here looks like a lunch. Like sun, it's above your head. So we are in the territory of bright nights, or white nights as they call them here. That means that the sun is not going to go down. So there's going to be a non-stop painting. I wish I could go 24/7, but unfortunately that's just that is too difficult. Another thing that I want to show you that I discovered, I don't know if this is a thing, I just found out about this. So I went to a like a tea store, right? Because I like tea, because I can't drink coffee. So they were putting like these tea leaves into my cup, and then I felt like, oh, you're just putting them there like this, you know, like without any, like a little packets that you can put the tea into, you know, little tea bags and so on and so forth, so you don't have that, you know, tea all over your teeth and anything. And I felt like, oh, maybe that's just like home style, like I'm doing it home, but they're outside. And then the guy gave me this. It's like a strainer. And you can insert to any cup, almost any cup, I guess, with this size, but that's a standardized size. And then the tea, the steam goes nice outside. When you move, it doesn't spill, but then you can still drink from it. So you can have tea. I was just, I don't know. This is like a little thing that I didn't even know it exists. And right now I'm addicted to this thing. So I have a makeshift little strainer with brewer station, steeping station here, which is awesome. So that's just I know for oh, good morning, Token Princess. Good to see you. Good to see you here. That's just off the topic, I know, but since I like to drink tea, this is something that I was not expecting. Didn't even know it exists. All right, so let's paint. Enough of my tea situation. So yeah, like I mentioned, as soon as I'll be able to put it on the YouTube, it's all going to be there, like a little tour of the first Vasilistrovsky Ostrov, and then I have one video from a Russian painters, or Russian museum in St. Petersburg, with all the Russian painters, that I was able to film one day. It's not the full studio. It's not the full like a theater. It's not the full museum tour. It's just I gave you like some highlights of the things that I really enjoyed here there. So yeah, let's look at this. Okay, it's still wet, which is perfect, or like a little tacky. And let me squeeze some paint out here, and let's see. What is happening with me today? I don't know. It's Monday. Tea deserves some attention, and that is coming from somebody who drinks tea as well. Yeah, it's just these little things these little differences that I really like when living abroad or in a different country, because everybody has a different way how to deal with the same problems, I guess. But I think that this is something that I didn't even know that it could work this way. Obviously, I'm not an inventor. So let's just, and we are almost gone with a 120 milliliters of titanium white, and I haven't even started paint properly yet. That's just that's depressing. That's depressing. All right. What I want to do first today, actually, is to start ironing things out. And when I say ironing, you know what it means. I'm just gonna scrape. And I'm gonna be looking for a for composition, right? I'm sorry that it's not really the whole thing in your view, but there is no way that I could do that. It's way too big. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to actually, for you guys, you already know, some of you already know, I'm trying to smooth all these sharp and hard edges by kind of, pressing it and scraping. Shouldn't do that. And the reason why this is so important for me is because it's part of that technical narrative that it's hidden here. It means that there is an underpainting, there are other underlayers there, which I want to explore. And I think I should just go and cover it again with one tone, and then start. Wiping it away to help unify this. And I also want to work a little bit on that on their shape. I'm not convinced about their shape. I don't know. I was doing like a little doodles yesterday digitally, and I was looking for different shapes and how to maybe change some of it. And this is what I was thinking about. It might be, where's my little charcoal stick? So, the reason why I want to work with charcoal, because if I start covering it with the pigment, I don't want to. So what I'm thinking about is that here could be his hand, like so, and I'm looking at my sketch. And it could go this way here, and then up like so. So I could change that a little bit, the shape. And then what I could do, it's actually, if the hand is right here on him, then I could create like a little light spot right here between them. Maybe this is too high up. And maybe it could go like this. Because I want to create that, I was thinking about the figure and how it stands. It just doesn't feel right, because I mean, it is okay, but it's not exactly what I want it to be. And then I could push him a little bit more. Like maybe I could push his head a little bit more, or his headwear or cap a little bit more down, like so, to create even more of that feeling that his head is going down. Push that this way and out, to give him a little bit more lean towards us. Because right now, again, I have the same situation that I had before, many times, that I feel like there are two figures that are straight. So I want to show a little bit more of that. Maybe like so, that he's actually falling more towards us, right? So one is standing and one is falling, because you remember, falling, it's actually, like walking, it's actually control falling, believe it or not. Yeah, I think this could actually help. So maybe let's restrain from just going into crazy changes. Maybe let's adjust this, and that will give me a chance to push this angle right here, which would I think it would nicely tie it together. I'm not sure, I have to see it. Again, you see, like I should be painting and finishing touches, and I'm still here in that composition stage. Plus the paintings I saw in the museum yesterday, oh my God, it's so difficult to then go back to your studio and see your paintings. It's just, it's heartbreaking. Oh man. Maybe even more, like so. But then it's just gonna be, maybe we could do like a little swirls here. A little bit more of this. Perhaps that could help. The only thing that I'm afraid of, it's just not enough space there to show that arm, and it might look too small, or too short rather. push this a little lower. Let's see. Let's do it. Let's just. What am I waiting for? Let's do it. Let's go for it. Even though I'm not 100% on this, but and it's because I need to see it. That's the only problem that not even a problem. That's the only issue that I have right now. So let's get right into it. So it's going to go this way. And then maybe even more. Привет. Привет, привет. Как твои дела? So there was one of my colleagues here, or my colleagues. He's actually assistant of my master. So as I was saying, like, let's put the maybe hand right here, just a little bit to show. on his shoulder, and it's just going to be just a little bit, just a suggestion, right? So just almost gonna feel like it's going away, and then that right here. All right, so we have a little bit of, you see like a little small kind of a notch, small interest right there. And then maybe a little bit this way here. I think it's okay. Right. For now, that's it's okay. I just need to change. Need to change the value a little bit. It needs to go a little warmer and a little lighter. Like so. So we're creating that kind of a classical, almost like a pose, right? So I have one hand that it's right here and one hand that it's right here. So I have to create that kind of these main angles, right? It's not going to be that easy, but at least silhouette should work as is right now. And then let me just push this maybe even a little lower, like right here. So I see how far it's going to go. And maybe I could make that dark actually. When I'm thinking about that right now. Maybe I could do like this area right here, this and this. It's a kind of a different cloth, something that is actually on top of him because of the weather. Da? let me push this then a little bit more this way. So that requires a little bit more of a okay, let me see. I'm trying to deal with a couple things at once. As always, it's Mondays. So what do you think? Should I just go and hit it with the dark value? Let's see first if I correct this. This might actually work. This might actually work. I just need a... Yeah. Let's see what's gonna happen. Now let's see if I can... Okay, this is going to be maybe crazy, but I have to do it. I have to see how it's going to look. If this whole thing is going to be dark instead of white. It's gonna go in this way. And then perhaps this could go dark as well. So I'll create like a feeling of something that he's wearing on the top, like a different fabric. Yeah, I think that might work. And then and his hand should be a little bigger. Maybe like so. Or maybe it should go a little lower. Or let's push this a little bit more this way. Like so. And let's keep this here. Maybe it's too low right here. Am I crazy for doing this, or is this going to work? I have no idea. But it needs to go all the way up here, so I think in order for this to work, so let's see. Well, it might actually work. I don't know. I have no idea. Might actually work. Because I need a little bit more of that diagonals there. And then let's create that kind of a, maybe all the way up here. Maybe even lower. Something like this. A little bit more this way. Yeah, well, I don't know. Anyway, it's a test. That's all good. It's all good. Perhaps a little bit more like here as well, so it has little of these. You know, like imperfections. Not the imperfections, so it's not, you know, it's not the straight line. It has like a little bit of a folds there that I then can use to my advantage, hopefully to my advantage. be even more. Okay. A little bit of this way. And then a little bit of this right here, because I want to keep that diagonal. Could be a little less there. This, and then it's gonna go down and this way. Yeah, maybe we should go that way, and I could have his shoulder up here. Like this. That might actually work. That might actually work. And then a little bit of a bit of the edge right there. Let's warm it up a little bit. I'm trying to create texture right now. Like that kind of a little thicker texture, so it feels like it's a slightly different material. And so it's work, so in case of, should go a little bit more this way because it was too much, yeah, better. And then this could go here a little bit more this way, like so. And again, I could make a slightly lighter value greener, lighter here. Right, so we have an in and we have out. I want to say, I mean, front and back of that. Right, so as it drapes around and behind, we have a shadow, and then we're going to have a little lighter values here. Let me even get this a little better. Like so, it should be probably lighter. So let's go with slightly lighter value. There's something like a shadow. I have a lot of reflection going into this right now, but it's okay. Could be worse. A little bit of light right here on that. A little bit more here as it drapes over. Hard to say if this is going to work. I think I should push it. I think I could push it even more. Maybe if I pushed here a little bit. Ooh, that might be too much. So it's going to be slightly more challenging than I thought, but I think we can manage. Maybe it could be just a, maybe I could do, maybe it could be visible just a, so it's going up and down here, maybe just a little bit of the, just a little bit of the hand, because it feels like it's too small, or too short rather, and I have a hard time to show. Maybe it could go lower. It's going lower in here a little bit more, maybe even lower, and then it goes up this way, and then we have a shoulder. Oops. Okay, that's going to be a difficult task for me to show. shoulder. Yeah, I have to figure that out. Okay, that's going to be another challenging part. Let me just adjust this a little bit. Push a little bit more forward, right? So I want to push his head a little bit more forward. Okay, let me do one thing real quick. I want to send a couple pictures to myself, so give me a second. I'll have to disassemble my camera, but I'm still here. I'll be. Because I have these, I took like a quick reference pictures for myself. Yeah, and that could actually work. But I don't think I can. Maybe I should move the head again a little bit more forward, a little closer to him. Or maybe change the angle, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe just a little bit. I don't know. It feels like a... Yeah, maybe just brought him a little bit more forward. I guess that could work. Let me put my... Let me charge my cell phone because it's about to die. And then I'll put it back on the palette. Okay, so for now we're going to be without the palette camera, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I think this is a slightly better shape. But let me do another adjustment. Let me just move it again. Oh, I have it secured. Okay. And I need to rotate it that way. Okay. Okay. Is it upside down? Did I? Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay. Okay. This painting is not very light, actually. Phew. Is it secure enough? I hope it is. I'm still here. I didn't disappear. I just needed to make sure that I have. Okay, it's upside down right now, so we can check it out. Well, I think it's starting to work. I like it. I love it. Okay, all right. Much better than I can do. What a huge canvas, though. Oh well, yeah, it is a big canvas, guys. Yeah, it's a nice exercise. DM, your art is the same skill level, in my opinion. I think too. Yeah, I totally agree with you, DM7. And here's the thing: don't let's not get caught into levels, because I don't think that art has necessarily levels. Like as we think about that, it's about what you like and what you don't like, and your own preferable aesthetics. You remember last time we talked about the fact that. Um, um, you shouldn't be worried that much about a technical quality, as long as it has that um, um, visual impact, right? And that's what I'm trying to do right now, right here. It doesn't really feel to me that, and you can see I'm painting it right now upside down. I was painting it there because I was not really focusing on the figures and the level of the skill, the refinement. It's not the most important part. If the composition is not going to work with a simple shapes, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, or if it doesn't have that kind of a moving composition or striking composition, or I don't know, we talked about the conflict, in terms of you're trying to overwhelm people with a emotion. It doesn't matter how good it is technically. So let's not get hung up on these things, because they're going to slow you down. And here I'm reading, it's important to enjoy art process itself. Nothing else matters. And I believe that that's very true. Well, very true. It is in order for you to enjoy painting, or to enjoy anything, cooking for that matter. You're not gonna enjoy cooking if at the end of the cooking you don't like what you cooked, right? You're not gonna stand up again or wake up earlier in the morning, come to your kitchen and start cooking if if you don't have a nice quality meal. And the moment when you get nice quality meal, then you're gonna start thinking about, oh, I was really, really studying and testing and trying and suffering through the process. I didn't enjoy the process. And the moment that you get the acceptable results for you, taste-wise, with the cooking, then you're going to start enjoying the process and experiment. And you're going to ask yourself a questions. Well, I am putting, I don't know, one onion and one clove of garlic here into the soup. So perhaps if I add two cloves of garlic, maybe it's going to get better. And you're going to test it. You're not going to spoil it completely. You're just going to start fine-tuning these things. And that's when the process starts to be enjoying. First, it's a learning curve. And oil paint, trust me, it has a really steep learning curve. And the moment when you feel that you're confident, and hear me out, this is not that difficult. I just throw the pigment on the canvas randomly. It's not necessarily random though. Stay away from simple shapes. I like that advice. All right, I am back. I'm sorry. It was like I said, it was one of the assistants, one of the assistants of my master. We discussed a little bit for composition, a little bit for a painting. So since that's a private conversation, I did not really want to put him on the spot. Plus, it's in a different language. So um, let me see what we were talking about. All I can say is fake it till you make it, and make process even more fun than it won't matter. Great advice, thank you. It's it's really good advice that I totally agree with it. Fake it till you make it. Because and trust me, at one point you're gonna naturally stop faking it, and it's just gonna happen to be um, um, your own process. So, and another thing is that as I started with that metaphor about cooking, that's how I really think about it. I had a really hard time to understand why people want to be in the studio every day, paint all the time, because I was suffering, like nothing was happening for me. Um, and then with the amount of testing and the amount of repetition, it's just one thing. You have to be careful with one thing with the repetition. So the repetition and the same kind of approach every day won't kind of morph into your day-to-day job, like you going from 8 to 5, because then your paintings are going to look same all the time, and you're going to be dissatisfied with a result, even though you enjoy the process. And by enjoying the process, I mean you'll enjoy how things are developing and how they look at the end. But what can happen is that you're gonna, and I've seen this multiple times, you're just gonna make a same portrait all the time, just a different person. It's going to be sitting on the chair, looking 3/4, and the light is from the one side. That's that repetition that you don't want to. You want to be careful about, right? And I'm not saying that these things are wrong, not at all. It's just then it becomes a little bit more so you're catering to a specific audience and a specific taste. So that's something that I want to avoid as much as I can. And like I said, there is nothing wrong with that. It's just I feel that then I have a feeling of kind of a dissatisfaction from painting. And I'm not a good portraitist. Maybe that's why it is. I'm really bad with portraits. Everybody knows that about me, that I'm really bad when it comes to portraits. Yes, I don't want to keep making same art. And if you are aware of it, then you won't. That's, that the moment when you feel comfortable with, like me, when I was talking about this, I felt comfortable. I started to go into details, into portraits, and I realized that, wait, I'm still not satisfied with the shape. And I could finish it. It's kind of an okay painting. You remember what I said about okay paintings. There is nothing worse for me than okay painting. I either want to fail miserably, completely, or which is most of the times, or have something that I'm satisfied with and I'm happy to look at myself, rather than just being like, oh, it's nice. Oh, it's nice. I remember Ron Lemon famously told me once a very important thing. It was really funny. He told me I was painting something and I was so excited to paint, and he looked at me and he came to the studio and he was like, Andre, that's a nice drawing, and he left. And I was like, what do you mean? I'm painting here. And he said, yeah, that's what I said, that it's a nice drawing, but you're not painting. It was such a like subtle insult, and he was just so, I don't want to say that he was proud of himself. I was like, dude, you've been thinking about this insult the whole way here. Um, he just destroyed me like this. And he was like, no, 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 I wasn't, but look at what you're doing. You are actually drawing a lot. And I did not understand what he's talking about. And he told me, like, you are painting, you are kind of a coloring in between the lines. This has nothing to do with actual painting, man. Right. Yeah, it was a really good, it was a really good insult. I can't really be mad at him for that, because it was really um, it was clever. It was clever. So and he was right in the sense that, you know, I was really just coloring in between the lines. And here is what I was thinking about, why probably was it that way. And hear me out with this like really stupid theory, but maybe it will make sense to you as well. Since I was comfortable with drawing, and my drawing was way better than painting, I felt that adding more drawing, it's going to help painting. I don't know if this makes sense, but maybe some better example. It's like it was a state in the mind that you know, you're in the school, you are under their, you know, people are always watching what you do, they're commenting on that, and I felt really bad if someone came to me and gave me a bad critique, or not bad critique, honest critique that wasn't flattering, right? And I internally, you might suffer from that. You might feel like that's just it's going nowhere, slowly going nowhere. And the nature of this is that whenever you feel this way, or whenever I felt that way, I kind of I went back to the same back to what I knew, right? And it was drawing. And I was trying to really fix the problems in my painting with just drawing more and drawing more and drawing with the brush. I could not really understand what the pigment is, and the fact that in painting we don't have necessarily a straight lines or you know, exact lines. Those are just the shapes that are kind of on two-dimensional surface attaching each other. But in reality, you know, there is no line between the clouds and the mountains behind. They are not even close to each other, right? So when you think about that and how, and that thinking about this, it's not, you know, it's nothing like, it's not difficult to think about it. And it's nothing revolutionary that I'm talking about. The problem is to paint that way. To paint in the sense that, oh, there are no lines there. It's just, they're just shapes. And the easiest way how to understand this, to squint your eyes. And if you use glasses, just, you know, remove your glasses. And suddenly things are starting to connect. Are we going to blend the clouds or keep them chunky? That's a good question. I'm going to blend them. Right now they're chunky. I'm going to, and I feel that they're taking too much attention from the figures, right? Because this looks like a mess, and your eye immediately goes to that mess, because that's just just kind of a natural feeling to it. So I am right now dry brushing and spreading, and the reason why I'm doing it this way, it might look wrong, but there is a texture of a canvas that is showing through, and that's creating kind of a different vibe for the it's slightly different than, let's say, this, because this has a heavy pigment. I'm building up that texture with the paint in pasto. Here I'm dry brushing it, and because it's a dry brush, it's kind of a smudging, or not smudging, it's staining these peaks of the canvas, and valleys are staying with a different color. So it's immediately, it looks like a pointillism, right? In terms of that, I have a peaks that are stained with a different color than the valleys, which is underpainting underneath. So I'm going to connect them, and then based on composition, same as I would do with the eyes, right? In the eyes, there are soft transition and hard transition, soft transition and hard transitions, and that's the beauty of Rembrandt's painting, that he has soft and hard transitions. Everything that Rembrandt is doing in the portrait, he's doing in the background, and he's doing in the composition, right? So then I will go back and I will decide, okay, I like the harder edge here, so I'll bring the harder edge out, right? And here I want softness completely, so I leave it soft. And I'm gonna play the game of there will be a perhaps tug of war, so I'm going to be pulling and pushing, pulling and pushing, and finding the balance through the composition, because right now this is too aggressive, right? It has to be aggressive at the beginning because I laid down the strong pigments, and saturated pigments, because if they would be kind of a dull colors, and then I would start correcting it with even more dull colors, it would all kind of blend together into kind of a mush, right? So I'm keeping this all, and you can see it all this as the same value, but these are completely different colors, right? When you look really, really close, you will see that there is a same that you would see in the clouds. Sometimes you see blueness around here. Sometimes you see like a desaturated pigment. Sometimes it's warmer. It depends what parts of a cloud and the thickness of the cloud and the direction of the light and how it's being illuminated. It's difficult to see. You have to be aware of that, and then you start looking for these things, and you are moving very quickly between clouds, because the moment that you look at something, your eye is going to focus, and then it's going to adjust and blend the pigments together. But if you're going to move back and forth very quickly with your head, you can try it, you're going to start see pigments way more saturated. So I'm looking at, let's say, at that book, right? And it's desaturated. But then I'm going to quickly jump to this dark value, light value, dark value, light value, dark value. And I'm quickly jumping, but that's a milliseconds. I'm jumping with my eyes back and forth and not letting my eye rest and kind of get into the zoom feeling. So that's something that Ron Lemon actually taught me to do. So he was like, you're looking at your painting and then quickly look on white wall and then go back, and white wall and then go back, before your eye adjusts the pigments and adjusts the colors. It's something like a white balance in your cameras. Go and shift quickly between white balance, and it takes time for camera to adjust for that. The same goes with the eye. Another thing, very helpful thing, is to analyze the color. It's if I want to know the color of the hand when I'm looking on the figure, right? For instance, I'm going to be looking on the portrait. And in my peripheral vision, which is the cone of a vision, I'll be analyzing the colors at the edge. Not by looking at them, looking here and just thinking about what's down right here. I'm looking straight right now to a wall, and I'm thinking about what's happening at the edge right here. Not looking at it directly, but with the idea of me looking there. Because what I'm doing in my head is I'm looking at the color in front of me, and I'm trying to understand how it's related to a pigment or the color or and saturation down there. And if I look there, my eye adjusts and I can't really judge it properly because I have no point of reference. So I'm looking there and I'm asking myself what color is down there and how saturated that is. I gotta go away for a bit, shower, errands, etc. I'll be back. Okay, cool, DM7. I'm gonna be here. Probably I'm gonna take a short break during the lunch, or and then if I'll have a chance to continue, I'll stream throughout the second half of the day. But it's always a pleasure to have you here. So. So if you have a chance, I'll be more than happy to see you back and continue with the conversation. And you promise you have to paint alongside me, because that's what it is about. I can talk about painting, and you can see me talking about the painting a lot, but the important part is actually put the mileage down. Yeah, I promise. Okay, sounds good. Great, great. So maybe I could push this. Okay, this would be. Let's start cooking with gas. So I could push this way to force that angle a little bit more, and perhaps I see it in my sketch when it's upside down, and then it goes here, a little shadow maybe here, this way, and then it could have a color and then a little bit of this. Okay, yeah. Maybe let's do it like a little under the angle, so it's not everything the same, right? So, and when I say same, I have the like the opening right here, so everything looks kind of asymmetrical. So let's give it a little bit of an angle, and I can even push it up right here. I saw this, yeah, and then up, and then here, back, and this way. So it's gonna get a little bit of a kind of a different treatment. And I'm jumping back and forth, and the reason is because I moved something there, and again the composition suddenly, it's like when you have a puzzles, right? And I put this piece of puzzle here only to see, oh, I'm missing this one here, right? And I saw it somewhere in the box, so. Maybe I could make the beard a little shorter and going a little bit more this way, which would give me a little bit more space for for that hand actually that I'm missing, right? Right here. So I can push it a little bit more. So it gives me more space. And it also shows that his head is leaning a little bit more, which are all the important parts of the feeling that he's in the motion, right? So I can then push this as a slightly lighter value there, right? The sky. So you can see how his head is leaning right now this direction, right? And automatically, without me even doing anything, just moving in this direction, it feels like his feet are going to be somewhere here, which is great because then it's the leaning really working. By pushing this a little bit more here, it kind of nicely falls into this shoulder, which is cool. I'll add a little bit more, like maybe I could push this even lower, right, to make it longer, make that cap slightly bigger. Those flaps there. Yeah, that's going to be better. And you can see, even with the brush strokes, I'm going into actually existing wet paint, and it's beautifully kind of softening it. So it's creating that kind of a natural edge to it. Natural soft edge. That's something that when you look at Rembrandt's work, when you're looking at great masters, Velázquez is a good example, Titian, you can find it all the time there in their work. If I don't paint alongside, you can fly all the way to the Netherlands to give me a lecture. Anyway, BBLL. All right, I'm gonna do that. You think, DM, that I'm not gonna do it? Okay, all right. That's you don't know what I'm capable of when I'm being challenged. Let's put a little bit of like eyelid right here, just to get that tilt. I really want to get that tilt. Maybe I could push it even more, even lower. What do you think? Let's push it even lower. Oh yeah, I think that would be. Let's maybe get it a little lighter, so then I can hit it with a shadow. Maybe right here, like so. And then it means that I could push it again back a little bit here and create like a little bit more interest here, and then bunching here. Just something, like that we talk about when it comes to Rembrandt. That one is going to be straight, another one is going to be a little bit more. A little bit more this way. Nice. And then let's get a little bit of cheek and side of the beard. I guess I need the side of the beard right here, since I'm pushing the beard a little bit on the side this way. So I didn't do that much. I just corrected the shape a little bit, and you can suddenly start seeing that the figure is leaning a little bit more that way. And that's what I wanted, because I felt that they were a little too much centralized, right? They felt like they're in the middle of the canvas. They are, he is, but they work as a unit, so I don't really want to push them too much to that. And then I could probably push this even more here. And then cut it this way, right? So we would create a diagonal. So even though he's in the middle, he feels like he's leaning more towards the left side of the canvas, or actually right side of the canvas when it's this way. And you can see that I'm not painting a portrait right now. I'm just painting something like a portrait, or shape that hopefully in future will resemble a portrait. And then maybe I could push a little of that lighter value a little bit more here. So I'm going to make his beard a little wider there. Yeah. Starting to get a little bit more where I want it to be, which gives me a space, what I really needed, to maybe move the book even here, right? All the way here. Yeah, and also, let me just do this real quick. I know that I shouldn't, but I need to because this is just starting to bother me a lot here. Foot is too much. It's really driving me crazy how bright it was. Yeah, better. But right now it looks like it's desaturated, so that's another thing that I don't want it to look like. And perhaps instead of creating this here, hear me out on this, here, I could perhaps maybe cut it like so. Oh yeah, way better, way better. And again, this happens, this little adjustment happens because of this adjustment, right? So I adjusted first this, then I went a little bit here because I wanted to make this little lighter. I know these are more like a little notes in my head that I created. So this is going to push this way, it's going to lean him there. And if I create this and this, it was the same shape, right? He's leaning here, I can maybe cut this in horizontally rather than just making it round. And I think that it better represents what could be happening with that type of cloth that he's wearing. But it has nothing to do with me being a competent painter. This is more about seeing and looking and searching and pulling and pushing things around to find a better representation of the idea that I have, the idea that I want to communicate ultimately. And I'm dry brushing right now over this because I want to create more texture there, right? So this is going to look like a grass, a little bit more like a randomness there. Yeah, starting to, and then another important part is that I'm kind of I need to resolve, it's this. So I have to really focus on this because I think this is the last piece of a puzzle that I don't have there. And those are the corners. Actually, this is this corner right here, this corner right there, and that corner right here. This one is going to be dark. I already know that because there's no other. Well, maybe, I don't know. If I push a little lighter value there, man, this is just too much temptation right now. Maybe a little bit of this first. And again, I'm dry brushing over that because I want that canvas help me out here. And that's another important factor when it comes to painting. It's to understand your materials, right? I knew that I want a rougher feeling to my painting, so it would be counterproductive if I paint on a smooth surface. It's not like you can't. It's just the roughness of canvas right now should how would I put this? It should aid. And still I see the repetition between those clouds, so I have to figure something out there. I mean, you can see, and that's, again, this is this and this. It's the same because of the, not because, it's almost like a subconscious thing, because this is the natural way how my hand work and how it wants to move. So I let it work whatever it wants, and right now I have to start applying a little bit more of a well, basically what I'm trying to say, it's not only about, oh, I'm painting how I feel, it's also painting, understanding what painting needs in order to be a good one. So I made it a little lighter there. It's not enough. So maybe if I hit it with a different value. Maybe if I connect it through here, it's just not going to be that obvious. Right, so I'm trying to change the shape of those clouds a little bit before I get into details, because if I start to do like the cloudy things right here, right now, and then I don't like the shape and how they connect, it's going to be way more annoying to correct than anything else. Maybe even lighter. And I'm going through the already existing parts because I want that layering. You remember, like I was talking about that layering a lot. All right, so I'm starting to connect it a little bit, and maybe it looks better, maybe it looks worse. Who knows? I have to step back and I have to see it. And if I won't like it at the end, I can always cover it all, the sky, with one continuous a pigment. So it just kind of put the. So repetition is not a good thing. Well, there is, remember I talked about maybe, well, I don't have my books here, but there is a book by Harold Speed, and it's called Practice and Science of Drawing and Practice and Science of Painting, actually. That's like a two books. I think you can buy it in one right now. It's or the Practice and Science of Drawing was first, and then he made the Practice and Science of Painting as a second. And in that, I think it's a very important book for all of us to read when it comes to art and composition. And Harold Speed is talking about something that he described as an art. And art is a, and I'm blanking it out right now. Okay, well, let me think about it a little bit. I got stuck in my in my head. It's a unity within a variety, and variety within a unity, right? So let me maybe let me give you my understanding of what he meant when he wrote that, right? And I'm pretty sure that someone else has maybe a different take on that, which is awesome, and I would like to hear it. So if someone is here and listening me talking about this and have a different take on this, I'll be more than happy to hear it, because that's the nature of our creative discourse. And unity within variety means that I have something that is unifying it, right? Let's say that unifying factor right now for me would be bright colors, right? So you can see that I have a bright light right here, then I have a bright light right there, and it's surrounded by darkness, right? So it's a high contrast. Then I have the same thing right here. I'm going to continue here. I have it here, it's here, it's here, and it's here. And it's creating implied diagonal line, which is countering this strong diagonal line right here. So compositionally, with implied lines, I created X, which means everything is pushing you to look this direction, in theory, right? So variety is that I have a hand, cross, face, book, hand, icon, face, icon, grass, right? That's a variety of things and objects that I painted, but the unity is that they are all actually aligning into certain on a certain implied line, in this case diagonal. Another thing that is important is that as it unified, I want to vary the distances between these things so they are not repeating, because the moment they start repeating, my brain is going to connect it quickly and jump to something that is more interesting, right? You remember I talked about that when you have a straight line, your brain is not going to follow the straight line. It's going to jump from point A to point B immediately. But if you have a curved line, the brain has to follow the curved line in order to get to a final point. That's why when they create, I think this was pointed out in the movie Inception, when they were talking about the maze and labyrinths. Like if you create a straight diagonal 90 degrees labyrinth, it's way easier for our brain to see the road immediately from one point to another. But the moment you introduce curvilinear maze, our brain cannot decipher it immediately. And it needs to follow the path, taking it more time to get out of the maze. Therefore, your engagement with the painting is longer. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm talking too much and I'm forgetting to breathe. Don't forget to breathe when you talk. When I'm excited, I stop. I kind of disconnect everything, including my lungs, because it's such an interesting concept. And when you start looking at painting of, forgetting to breathe is so adorable. Thank you. I don't know. It's just I don't know if it's adorable. It just feels that that's the one thing that I need. The oxygen intake, exhale and inhale all the time. So you know, I should be careful about that. But it is also a testament to how much I. You were absolutely right. How much I enjoy a painting, and also the exploration behind the painting. And when I first time read that book of Harold Speed, I had no idea what is he talking about. Literally zero. And then there's a combination of the information that you read, other painters that you observed and analyze and study, and also copy, and then your own practice and your own ideas. So it's just this is something that I would call that, as close as the Holy Trinity as I can get when it comes to art, right? So you have a great masters and you're observing what they did, and they were inspired by their heroes, right? The good example, it's Raphael. His hero was Leonardo da Vinci. So Raphael copied everything that da Vinci did, and then he started to improve on top of it, right? Plus the knowledge that you absorb from every other discipline. Like I talk a lot about, remember I talk about Ron Lemon a lot, and Ron Lemon was really pushing me to thinking in terms of what time of day it is and what season it is. And depends on that, you should adjust your color palette. And he was talking about like Sorolla or Manet. Excuse me, Monet, Claude Monet, not Edward Manet, Claude Monet, and his beautiful cathedrals that Monet painted them in a different light condition, in a different time of a day, in a different season. It was snowy, it was autumn, it was just a cathedral. It had been painted so many times. What is your favorite pigment and color? I think that most versatile for me, and the one that I use the most, it's yellow ochre. It's probably the one to go because I use it as my unifier or color harmonizer, I guess. Like everything has a little bit of yellow ochre. It's because the pigment has a nice body. It's kind of thick, it's opaque. So you can work, you can add the transparent pigments into it, and also other opaque or semi-transparent or semi-opaque pigments. And it's one of those series 1 or type 1 or whatever the brand is say. It's the cheap earth yellow ochre. It's actually dirt mixed with oil. That's what it is. And then you have a little bit more like advanced, and that will be sienna, which is from around the city of Siena. I was going to guess blue. Yeah, it might seem that way. It might seem that way that it's blue, and it's probably because I am using blue as my I like to paint monochromatically as well, and I remember that all my paintings were cool and kind of dark, because a lot of black, a lot of burnt umber, a lot of raw umber, and those kind of earthy colors. And I found out that ultramarine blue brings a little bit more saturation to it. Before I used to play with ultramarine and burnt sienna, burnt umber. I'm sorry, ultramarine and burnt umber as my two primary pigments. That's more like a Daniel Bilmes palette, which is my very good friend, and I used to paint under him and then alongside him forever, I guess. He's my really, really good friend. I miss him dearly. He's a really cool dude. So that will be something that I experimented with a lot. Let me put a little eye right here since I'm talking. But yellow ochre, and the reason why it's a yellow ochre, and that's a good point, and you see a lot of blue there, it's because I use yellow ochre so you don't see it there. And the fact that you see so much blue, it shows that I still did not, I don't control that pigment as good as I would like to. You can't barely see yellow ochre here because it's just, but it's present everywhere. Maybe a little shadow right here. I think that would help. Just a touch. And then you've seen me paint a lot of outdoor paintings, and there is a lot of blue in the shadows. So that might be another factor to take into consideration. But it's definitely yellow ochre. Yellow ochre looks like a gold to me. And I like slightly warmer paintings. I don't like cooler paintings. Yellow ochre looks like a night after Taco Bell to me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's how it looks. But um, since I haven't been eating that much of a tacos lately, and which I missed because California and LA especially. What else are you gonna eat there than taco? It's just tacos are just the distant memories for me lately. But I love tacos. And then we're going to have a ad break in 4 minutes 30 seconds. So that's a good time for all of us that we paint, that you guys paint alongside me to actually take a little break. That's the one that you're supposed to look on something else, refresh yourself with for me it's a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or some other beverage that you like, and take a little breather, maybe open the windows, air the fumes from your different mediums that you use. I use a linseed oil and a white spirit, so even though it doesn't feel like it smells that much, it still produce same harmful fumes. So That's something that I highly recommend you to do during the breaks. Oh yes, I do. It's unopened. I don't know if it's a. I don't think I have that color in my pen box yet. You mean yellow ochre? That's. I don't think that there is a painter on the planet Earth that don't use yellow ochre. It's just it's really the go-to pigment for most of us. First of all, because it's cheap, and second of all, because it's so versatile. So you should definitely introduce yellow ochre to your paint box. That's for sure. That's for sure. And then oh yes, I do. It's unopened. Oh okay, yeah, yeah. So you should definitely squeeze it on the palette. Do you? I guess what do you eat mostly? Coffee for me and snacks. What do I eat mostly now? I really like soups, all kinds of soups, and I'm very surprised. There is a lot of Asian cuisine here right now. So there's a lot of ramen, a lot of Vietnamese soup, which is called pho. There is a Chinese noodles. I'm really a soup guy. I love soup. So that's mostly my diet these days. And I'm getting fat, and it's annoying. So I have to be careful what I eat. um, I guess it comes with age. I don't know. Let me maybe change this. There's going to be a shoulder right there. Yeah, let's hit it with the shoulder here. And then it means that that could be hand this way. Nice. I don't want to push it too much out that direction. There's going to be ad in 30 seconds, so we'll take a little short break, and then I'll get back to you and answer all the questions. Interesting. Soup. How old are you? I'm 36. I'm in 35, soon 36. I'm 38. I'm actually going to be 39. So I'm pretty old for still being a student and living in dormitory. Man, that's just, that's crazy. That's crazy. But you know, I like painting, so I guess there's no other way around that. And we're in the ad break. Okay, so little break. I also need to refresh my eyes as well, drink a little bit of tea. So, maybe one more touch. Like right here, and as it goes in. Yeah, I think it's starting to work slowly. A little bit more of a detail. Yeah, I'm gonna stop because I should probably look into something else. I could maybe my camera, or actually cell phone, it's charged. Yeah, so I can reconnect it. Nice. So you can see the palette again. All right, so the ad ended. I clipped the camera back. Meanwhile, I'm also making sure that you can see the palette. Okay. So yeah, I also need to refresh my eyes because then I'm getting a little too. I don't know if it involved. It's a right word, but it's that kind of a tunnel vision for me as well, right? So I'm staring at it, and it's like a. One thing that I'm missing here is to working on another project simultaneously, because this is preoccupying my mind maybe a little too much, and it almost feel like I'm paying too much attention to it, and I'm getting anxious about the result, and that preventing me from being a little bit more free with the brushstrokes, a little bit freer with the brushstrokes, a little bit more, a little bit more. I guess playful would be a right word. And then I have to create a strong division between the foreground and the background. In the environment. And also the figures. So when I'm looking at it right now, I have a figures in the foreground the same intensity as the figures in the background, right? And they have to be less we talked about that hierarchy of values and shapes and edges. Yeah, you got blind after staring at it a long time. Yes, thank you for actually talking, Princess. That's a great metaphor. Yeah, I'm kind of getting blind. I'm looking at it and I don't see anything. I just see nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna steal that from you. From now on, it's mine. I'm just gonna be like, oh no, it's mine. I thought of this. I'm so cool and so awesome. I think that maybe I should add a little bit more lighter values around here, but I'm not sure. Let me see what I have in my sketch. Let me see if I can open my really, really old hard drive. And see if there is something to... I don't know what happened, but today I feel like connection is unstable, but pretty stable. Don't know what's happening. It might be the Monday. And as I said it, the frame rate just dropped. That's crazy. Is this for real? This must be a joke, I guess. I don't know. Just when I said that the connection looks stable, it just crashes. And unfortunately, since it's crashed, it put me out of it. It put me offline. That means that I started the stream again. So we're going to have another ad break in 4 minutes. This is crazy. I have to check how to fix this problem, because this is going to drive me nuts. Yesterday, or what is it, 2 days ago, I was streaming 20 hours because my computer died. Then I closed it, put it into a charger, and it did not turn off, and it was streaming for 20 hours, a black screen. So this is how bad of a streamer I am. My apologies for this. But anyway, I'm thinking about that movement, and I have to figure something out with this, because right now that's the weakest link in the composition, and I'm already I seen that. Yeah. Friday drove me. I don't know what happened. I was just, my computer was shut down. I just closed the lid, and it was just And then someone noticed me on the dude, you are streaming 20 hours and I'm receiving these notifications that you're on, and it was just my computer shutting down and crashing, and I couldn't actually turn it off for a while because it showed that I'm offline on my end. It's an internet connection. I don't know what to do with this. We'll just have to power through this for now and hope for a better future for the internet connection. So I'm again connecting it together. I'm trying to find a better shape. Yeah, constant restart. Yeah, it was a constant restart, and it was just I didn't even realize that, but then I saw it. I don't even know to what my computer was connected. I think probably, I don't know, aliens. I'm kidding. But it was aliens for sure, for sure. Or somehow, I don't know how, maybe we can blame it on DM7. She's usually, involved in these problems of mine. I just, DM, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I know you can take that joke. Hey, I heard that. Oh, DM7, you're not supposed to be here. I'm sorry. This is so bad. I can't even talk behind your back. I thought you were gone. You were just hiding here in the shadows. That's so funny. This is so funny. Oh God, this is so funny. I'm getting blushed red. I mean, look at me. I'm getting red of because of laughing and embarrassment that you caught me red-handed. This is crazy. DM7, are you procrastinating or what's happening? Aren't you supposed to run errands and stuff? I was here just in time to hear that. Don't worry, I still love you. I love you too, but this is so good. This is so good. This is amazing. You just see. I knew that I'm sorry. I have to say that I'm pretty sure that you are responsible for that. This is a proof of what I'm saying. How is this possible? They can't trust you anymore. Oh, this is so fun. This is like I said, this is starting to be this is a real asylum already. It's happening. I thought it's going to take a while, but I guess see, right now I have the same shapes. Okay, we have to. Okay, this is what I'm looking at and what I'm seeing. Yeah, you're laughing. I know. Me too. It's just it's way too good. This is way too good. It's something that we used to call a production value in when I used to live in LA, Hollywood. Like when you have something that perfectly fit into a recording, right? And you didn't have to pay for it. So I'm softening all these harsh transitions there, like I said, because I want them to be Okay, I got to disappear for a while, Aaron, so I can paint alongside later on. All right, DM, take care. Hopefully, I'm not gonna say anything bad again. Wing, and see you soon. Be safe out there, and you remember, stay cool. As a cucumber. You can do whatever you want. The worst thing is, the worst thing that can happen is that I'll joke about it. No, that's what it is. I love to enjoy the. It's just the camaraderie and friendship. It's so good. I never even thought of how cool it would be. So thank you for being so awesome. Let's put this a little bit more this way. Maybe I should push this a little higher, just a touch. Let's see what if it's going to work. You know, like a little bit higher. Maybe. But I just don't want to have that You see, right now I'm thinking about what is happening right now. It's that I don't want to have that, and this is again the bad repetition, right? So I have this, and then I have the same thing here, and then it's going this way. So that's why I'm looking for these. Either we can correct it with a shape of a positive shape against the negative shape, or within the negative shape we can create something that overlaps. So let's say that the sun, it's actually illuminating parts of this, right? Or the light rather. So there's plenty of things that we could do. Maybe I could push this little more into a yellow ochre, the hand, right? So it looks a little bit more. And then perhaps again, we can push it with a little bit of a little bit of that kind of a Right, we'll need a little bit more of a treatment, but it's starting to look way better than it was. The only thing is that we have like a little disharmony there, so let me maybe, well, not even disharmony, but here, I think I could push this a little bit more dark right here. right? So it's like in the background, it's going behind his shoulder, in back, right there. Just a little bit. So I have something to work with. And then this is his. He's holding it here. Maybe I could even create like a little bit of. Like it's right here. Let's see then if it's. I just have to be careful because again, the repetition. You remember we talked about that there is a distances. So I have this distance, and then this distance, and they are the same. And when I say this, I have a light shape, dark shape, light shape, and another light shape. But you see like how am I splitting them equally, right? So that's a no-no. So I have to figure something out. So perhaps I'll connect them. With something, right? And it would be you remember I talked about these that feeling of pressure on myself that I need to finish this and not going and inventing stuff, but bringing some dark areas, because this is starting to feel like it's having another diagonal there. So let's maybe see and push it, that diagonal, right? With the darker shape. And maybe I could connect it to this guy right here. And maybe push him slightly darker. So he's almost like in the shadow. This transition is too harsh right here, right? It should be softer because it's rolling away from us, right? So I'm kind of connecting them together with the shape. And then maybe these guys could be connected with the darker shape here, with these guys. So these are just, and this is something that I really like about painting, because I can just quickly do this with a brush, and I'm not afraid to do these things. It's just, because I can always repaint this. You remember I talked about that. Maybe half an hour ago, I was mentioning that I was pushing my drawing too much, and I felt confident with the drawing. Back in the day, or at the beginning of my journey with oil paint, I would actually draw this, and then I wouldn't move it. And I didn't care if it doesn't work for composition. I was more concerned about it's not going to look like a grass that I painstakingly painted in or draw in. And right now, I just, whatever happens up there or down there. It's not, what the exact feeling of a grass at this stage is not as important for me as the overall composition, right? And these are these little adjustments in your own, and not necessarily in the style, in your own thinking about the composition and thinking about art in general. Because at the end, when you really, really think about it, this is all and I think that he is. I'm sorry. I'm keep going back and forth, but he needs to go. So I'm just going to put him into a background by covering it or dry brushing over him, which immediately going to put him into a distance. Okay, now we're talking way better. right? Because this one, it's closer to us than this guy, so I need to connect him a little bit more with the background. Same that I did with the sky and the clouds right here. So it's not really discernible. You can't really point out where the line that divides the sky and the and the mountains. Same thing for him. Even though he's not that far away, I can apply the same logic to it, right? And then I can play with all this composition even more, because this guy then can go little, the other guy next to him, he can go a little darker and a little warmer right here. Which will give me a little bit more contrast to it. And the same goes for this guy that is right here. It's just, I didn't even painted him there, and I don't think I need to. He's just going to be really in a distance. So say same thing, same idea. You can still see it, but it's not going to be as dominant, right? So we have that kind of a back and forth between light and dark, and concrete and kind of a dreamy stage. They're still there. I just don't want you to pay that much attention to them, or maybe we can think about it from a even different perspective, and that it's, I want you to get closer to them to analyze what's happening there. I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back. Just a second. By the way, I would be honored if you would follow me here on Twitch. Oh, of course, I will. It's the problem was, and still is with me, that let me just do it right away. I'm gonna do it right away, since I have that internet connection. If it drops, I'm sorry. I'm just doing something. Yeah, it's just loading so slowly. So I'll definitely do it, Token Princess. I also wanted to watch your stream. I saw that you were streaming. I just haven't had a chance, only because of that internet connection. I have my, I have limited resources here when it comes to a data that I can transfer. So, but as soon as I'll have a chance, I will definitely check out your stuff. Okay, I'm gonna leave for 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Right, I'm back, mic'd up again. And I'm looking at the painting, and I really have to work on the two figures in the corner. I mean, obviously, I'm avoiding them because of I'm not sure what to do. And that is one of the things that you should take into consideration when you're looking at your own work. Is that feeling that something it's not working exactly the way that that you have in your head. So it's important, I think, it's important to actually resolve these problems sooner than later, because they're still going to be there no matter how much attention, no matter how much information I put there. That's still going to stay unresolved, and I don't want it to be that way, because it's going to haunt me for the rest of the painting. So this is what I'm thinking, because it is a it's noon right here. I can do you know, couple more minutes of painting, and then I should go for lunch, because then my master is going to come to studio and he wants to talk about the painting, so I should be here for that, because usually I go for lunch exactly when he's here, not purposely, but that's just the rhythm that I have. I'm still in the different time zone, so and I want to wait for him. And then also at 2 p.m. A local time, I'll have to go to a office of international students, because I should have my passport there with new well, they had to again, it's because of visa and so on and so forth. And tomorrow probably I won't be able to stream, because I'm going to another visa application center. I don't know what I just need to get my it's called the permission to stay here, because the one thing is visa it's a permission to enter the country, and then you have I think it's called a registration or something like that, which is a permission to stay here. So I have to go through these legal things. And again, I said that I'm supposed to work on that. Work on those figures in the back, but other that I think I have to switch the canvas upside down again. And do 20 minutes of no talking and hard painting. Well, talking doesn't really bother me when it comes to painting. It's just it's actually easier for me to get all the information out loud, because sometimes, you know, maybe it happens to you as well. Sometimes when you're quiet, things made rather a lot of sense in our own head, and then when you say it out loud, sometimes it's just like, oh, it's not really what I wanted to say. Okay, so let me just. Oh, this is ridiculous. All almost hit the lamp. Right. Cool. All right, almost there. Cool. Right now, let me secure it with a string and right behind. Oops, almost fall down. Won't go anywhere. Okay, this is not ideal. Okay, one more try. Okay, now it's there. Cool. It took me a while, but all right, I'm back from behind the shadows. Paperwork is important. Okay, good. I was hoping we are not a distraction from your work. No, you're not at all. Here's the thing. Don't. That's just absolutely not. If it would be a distraction, it would be off. You can really think about it this way. Absolutely 100%. If it would be a distraction, I wouldn't do this. It's actually, like I said, I'm thinking about this as a part of a, it is a creative discourse. It's helping me to internalize some ideas. I'm trying to describe also things that are really at the edge of my own imagination or my own understanding of a subject and problem. And this is all part of that, mission statement, if you wish, to create a shared space where you can, bounce some ideas off of other artists. So distraction is outside. I hear people offering with the megaphones. They have the megaphones and they're offering a tours on the river and so on and so forth. So that's a distraction for me. Okay, we have a figure. It's going this way. That one is working. I think we're on the right path. Still, it doesn't look exactly as I want, but that's okay. Let's work with these. Smooth them out a little bit to find some nice edges around here. Oh yeah. And then the hand looks right now a little too dark, so let me put a little bit of that warmth into it. And when I said warmth, I want something that it's I'm using very warm cadmium red with the white, which is kind of cool. but I used ochre into it because I want orange against the blue sky, right? That's just a all right. So we have this, and then I need to push a little bit more that the head that he has on his head. Just a little bit. And again, I'm gonna go into my yellow ochre, and I'm gonna go straight with the yellow ochre because I have a lot of pigment there already. So I'm just going to mix that yellow ochre there into it. And I'm automatically creating a transition right there. Cool. And then what was dark right now, it needs to go warmer because I moved it, so it is a actual like a shadow on the skin, so it cannot be dark black, so it has to go warm right there. Perfect. All right, so I changed a little bit of that. I didn't change the outside shape. I'm working inside right now to making it little. It actually can go lighter even. So again, I'm going with the yellow ochre, but since I have a dark pigment, lighter pigment, and right now the third one, I can actually push it even a little bit with this. Cool, which gives me a little bit more play with the head. So I'm just going to go there with the blue right now into the yellow ochre, just to create a little bit of interest there. And these are not necessarily right pigments when you think about that, but as they start mixing to each other, instead of being muddy, they're going to get, and then maybe a little bit of this even. They're just going to start work together and harmonize each other. Which gives me a option to bring a little bit more light into his face, right? Because he's surrounded by darker values. So I'm going to push a little, these are just really small adjustments. Is your non-profit called Andre? No, the non-profit is called Hradná Pani. It's a Slovakian language. This is Hradná Pani. This is the name of a non-profit that I have, but I haven't had a chance to work on that much because I'm here, and this is something I want to finish one project before fully invest myself in another one, because I want to do a nice website for it and so on and so on. That takes time to develop these things, but that's the name of the non-profit organization. It sounds beautiful. Hradná Pani means lady from the castle. It's actually because I have it together with my mom, and it's actually our project together. Because since I was away from the home, we kind of not necessarily grew distant to each other, but you know, the being in a different country, doing different things, and she understands that I understand that. That's just that's no like a hard feeling or anything like that about that. It's more like we want to spend more time together. So we created this project to help, you know, to educate and bring a little bit more attention to historical sites and kind of bring them or actually restore them, because that's what it is mostly. We're trying to restore and help restore old historical building, because those in my country, they suffer a lot, because there's no finances to fix them. So organizations like ours, it's trying to substitute a government a little bit, because it's not really helping us with that at all. And I want to protect that, for another generations. I don't have my own kids, but maybe I will in the future, and I want them to see all the beautiful things that I had a chance to see. So that's what it is basically. I already created a couple things, like we have a design, the logos and that kind of stuff. But like I said, it's just it's right now it's more about a passion project than like a, because we are doing it as a, my mom it's working, I'm working, so it's more like a hobby. But we do lectures. I go to different studios to help, and help students to learn how to paint and develop their skills and so on and so forth. So I mean, it is a little bit of work. It's done, that's for sure. But like I said, it's more like a hobby. So I'm thinking about, right now it's starting to work more like more for me than against me. Okay, that's cool. The only problem that we have right now here, it's this. So this, and also, these figures here. But unfortunately, I don't know what to do with those figures. Maybe, let me see, I can throw some yellow ochre here into his beard, because I don't want it to be the same. And I don't want him to have a gray beard, because they were not that old to have great beards. They were like 30-ish. Well, that was pretty old for that kind of age, but it wasn't. Yeah, so I don't want that grayness. I want a little bit more of a. Cool. And then a little bit more saturation here into that. Maybe push it a little darker, because I felt like it's too light there, and I want a face to be lighter. Maybe even more, a little bit on that bottom lip, to show a little bit of light there. Yeah, and then this is going to be a shoulder all the way here. It could go down. So the hand could be here. I think the hand is in the right position, but it needs to be, it has to be draped a little better. So I think that's something that I should probably work on. And then also feet. I don't like the feet. And also he has to have at least 1 foot. I think it would be cool to show 1 foot. And then we can start connecting these things together. and then disconnecting and connecting and disconnecting while developing a details. Maybe this should be even lighter. I guess this is the way to go, even lighter. And then perhaps I should push it there is like a little bit of a highlight there, and then I can cut here nose a little bit. Cool. Yeah. And maybe show a little bit of the side of a face. That might be a little too much. So let me just cover it a little bit. And then okay, a little bit of this. And then a little bit of that eye socket. Yep. Okay. There might be a little too much detail there. Then I also need a little bit of transition here. A little bit of transition. With a brighter pigment in the cheeks. eyes, so I need to make it brighter. So from a distance it doesn't fall apart. Cool. And then this needs to go this way. A little bit. Okay, and right now we have to figure out what to do with the book. So if I, if I move the hand here, let me see, let me draw it there with charcoal first. I guess that would be, that might work. So I have some ideas about, like the hand could go here. And again, it's always about not necessarily, oh, can I draw the hand, but the fact that, can I actually make the hand look good? And in the composition good, that's what I meant. I'm kind of struggling with that. I did a couple sketches and they were not really satisfactory enough for my taste. So let's try another one. Would be here, and then he could hold the book this way, right here, looking towards us, maybe a little bit. I think that might work. So it would be this way, this way. Let's get slightly darker red pigment because that's going to be the book's supposed to be red, so there's going to be a lot of red reflection into the fingers. Maybe here this way. Yep. And then maybe I could push book even more this way. Like maybe here. Maybe here. Let me go ahead and cover this. A little bit of yellow ochre there. Yeah, let me see the shapes. Okay. Oh, let's just work with the flat shape first, and I think this is actually pretty good as a flat shape there. I think that might actually work. That might actually work. Let me see. Let me see if this is something that we can use. I could push it this way here. And maybe we could see like a little bit of a brighter area right here. Oh yeah, I think this might actually push him even more into that leaning stage. So that would be one part, and then it's a thick book, right? So that would be another one here, and that would be a lighter area between them. And it goes down here. And then again here. Yeah, everything is right now going to be about the proper hand and the perspective. If I'm capable of actually paint that hand in perspective, I don't know. It's kind of a weird angle. Let's see. Let's see, so. This could be the edge. But then, well, let's see, if this is the edge, this is the edge, right there. Okay, we're going to have another ad break for within 2 minutes, and then I guess I'll stop the stream. Is there water back there before the mountains? Yes, it's a river actually. It's a very big river. It's called Danube. It actually runs through the Europe. It's very important and brings, before they used it for different things, but there was a kind of a communication thing. And on that river actually divides Slovakia, Hungary, Austria, and Czech Republic. Not Czech Republic, I guess. No, maybe I don't remember right now, but definitely Slovakia, Hungary, and like our capital city, Bratislava. It's actually on that riverbank, and then in one point it's actually you can see it, because it used to be one kingdom, right? Back in the day, it was or empire, was Hungarian Austrian Empire, and before it was a Great Moravia. But on that riverbank, when it divides the countries, it's the small. It's a big castle. It's called Devin. So this is the part of the small castle, and this is the river. It's kind of a riverbank. It's curving around there, and it's dividing the countries. And that's the location between Bratislava and Brno, two cities. That's where they said that they actually came. There was a kind of a main area where the kingdom was at that time. So, but those are all just historical records that I can't verify. No one probably can verify these things because they haven't found the exact area where that supposedly the castle was. It was probably destroyed, and not even destroyed. A lot of people might think that castles were destroyed, but I actually I was surprised myself by this, but they used to repurpose them. The moment when the castle was not necessarily important that much, they simply disassemble it and use all the materials to build a castle somewhere else or some other structure. I didn't know that, and then I was so surprised when I start learning about these things. So yeah, it was a castle there before, but it isn't, because they needed the stone, right? And it's still very expensive to have stone. let me see what's happening there. Yeah, perhaps this might actually work. This might actually work. This might actually work. Okay, so he's going to have hand right there, so it could push his bone right here. So I could move this a little bit higher up this direction here. And put this into a shadow even. So there would be hand there. There would be, okay, I think that we have hands in the right places, in the right rotation. There should also be a show the thickness of the book. So that's going to be here. Perhaps like this. Yeah, I think this might actually work. The position for the book, the size of the book, the hand looks a little too big, but that's okay. I'm going to work on that. But at least things are laid down right now. Maybe a little bit light right here as the thumb has to go somewhere. Okay, he's holding it, and then let me just bring this redness into it. Maybe it's going to be like so right here. It looks like a little too big, but okay. All right, we're getting somewhere with the thing. This might be a little too much, so let me just correct that a little bit. Shadow. Maybe this way. Yep. And then here we can put a book. Brighter red. Yep. Cool, but it's like right now way too big. So let's just push it back a little bit. So it's going to end somewhere here. And this is where the yeah. This is way better right now. Okay, so we have this. Fairly in the, almost in the right position, but that's okay. Maybe I could cover it. Okay, yeah, that might actually work. Maybe I could push it all the way up. New idea, new idea. Maybe it could be here and here. And then it's bunching up right there and covering the book. Maybe it's starting there already. Yeah, way better, because the hand was starting to look a little too big for my taste. And not only for my taste, for comparing to hand. And then we need to create kind of a nice transition here. And maybe it should go a little higher up here. The bunching of that, yeah. Again, this hole could be in the shadow. Darker values, this could be darker. And maybe even a little greener there to push that redness away. A little bit to make it a little bit more. Yep, like so, nice. And then fingers should be a little better because they look like sausages right now. So okay, a little bit of that, and then a little bit of like a lighter value here as it goes to the because it's the top area. Yep. Okay, not ideal, but at least I have something to work with. At least I have something to work with, and then that's going to be it's going to be in the part 2, because I have to figure it out this. How is it going to be held in the hand? Is it going to be all the way here? How thick it's going to be? I mean, that's all part of that. Maybe I should push the finger a little bit more here. Seems like it might be too short, the finger. And make it a little bit more precise. Like so, and then of course the because from here, this is where the finger is. Right here, this is the... Right, and then lighter value here on the top. And as it breaks, it goes down and it's going to be darker. Okay, he's going to be holding it. It's just the problems with the hands like this. It's that from a distance they don't look correct to me, to viewer as well. So I have to be careful how it looks from a distance, whether or not it's not too big, too small. Right now it's too dark and too desaturated, but at least we have, I think, a proper position, if anything. Yeah, I think that we have a proper position. For now. For now. Okay, so we have a book, we have another hand, we have... So I'm missing foot to place a foot of his somewhere along these lines. Somewhere here, maybe just a little bit, just a suggestion. Yeah, that will be enough. In the grass kind of a thing. And then I have to go and push these guys and figure it out how they're going to look and how much of a role are they playing in this composition, and then refinement. Yeah, I think we're there when it comes to a setup. I like how these disappeared in the background. First time chat, this is gorgeous. I appreciate you sharing the process. Oh, hey, Ashk JJ. I hope that I'm pronouncing it properly. Thank you. This is a, since you're new here, this is a diploma painting. From the Academy of Arts. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I was just